Well, this is just a giant pain in the ass. Wow. Well, I've managed to break everything, apparently. Good morning. This is the welcome to risk neutral trading, I think. Go away, you pencil neck. Well, I think I have everything figured out. Boy, this has turned into a nightmare. I really screwed that up bad. I I upgraded OBS the other night just on a whim, and it nuked my chapter markers. Doesn't seem to be starting on time as it's supposed to. Now I've got to deal with that. I'm trying to focus on trading and not being a stream guy. So welcome to my virtual risk neutral trading virtual journal. And I'm hoping this is going out correctly. I guess we'll see. I've got my stream running up on the top there. Yeah. So anyway, again, this is my virtual trading journal. This is not for financial or trade advice. Any times that you see on the bottoms of my screen or that I refer to are Central Standard Time. I'm not monetized in any way, so, your likes, subs, drop something in the chat for sure. That would be great. I'm going to make sure everything's kind of working here. Seems like it is. There's quite a delay on the chat if this is true. Oh, wow. A long delay. So be real careful about that. Okay, so here we are. This is my virtual trading journal, and it is not for financial or trade advice. There's a description or a disclaimer in the description here. Check that out. I'm going to try to press on. Now I had a false start there this morning. So hopefully this new thing is working. Let's look at the numbers because that's pretty important today. The numbers out today are going to be at unusual times. We've got a 8:45 Chicago PMI. And then 9 o'clock, we've got consumer confidence and the JOLTS report. We also have President Trump speaking at 10, so that's going to be, that ever-present risk is going to zoom up and get us, I guess, again today. And I saw something on Financial Juice about Trump and Hagseth, or whatever his name is, the defense guy, having some sort of talk. I thought it was at 8 o'clock. Let me see. Yes, at 7 o'clock. Oh, it's changed. Okay, well, never mind then. I guess. So this is investing.com. I like the way this presents for screen snapping and dropping in discords and things like that. It's very clear, concise. You can filter it to your whatever you want, your time zone, country, what reports you're interested in, etc. But here's the important part. This week now, starting today, the economic numbers and the intensity ramps up. Today, tomorrow, Thursday, and culminating with non-farm payroll. So be real on guard the entire week for what's happening with economic reporting. There's really nothing going on much in earnings to speak of. This is investing.com. It is free. My other news source is Financial Juice. which is relatively new to me, and it is also free. You can pay for it if you want to, but it has a similar docket feature here on the left, and then more of a squawk box feature over here on the right. So there's that. Now let's get on with the pre-market. This is investing.com. It's my basic charting package. These are the E-minis, the NASDAQ mini. This is the E-mini and E-mini for market profile, and this is my higher time frame micro composite chart, which is simply a daily session only, or RTH session only, and each candle is a day. Wherever price overlaps, I pull a volume profile around them. Here we had the big gap down that didn't close. That ended this micro composite in my mind and started a new one here day before yesterday. Right there. Now, these volume profiles, by the way I have them designed, generate a high and low volume node based on the profile itself, and a micro composite VPOC, etc. And these, of course, are all-time highs. Well, yeah. And the market profile. Now you can see that we are overnight inventory is basically short, and pretty light, 123,000 contracts, and we're short inventory 0.1% change down. Let's see what the inventory looks like. Am I crazy or not? Yes, 86% volume at this point in time compared to average. And our average true range is way down to 2.25 points per candlestick, per 1 minute. Per 5 minute candle. I also plot the same configuration for the micros. Micro ES, micro NQ, etc. IRT also pushes to bookmap the session prices, and the high and low volume nodes are automatically pushed to bookmap as well. Bookmap. The dome should be no question to anybody right here. Here's the micro composite column where I manually enter these, naked volume point of control and all-time high and things like that. These are the high and low volume nodes pushed automatically from IRT. And here is our full session volume profile, which started plotting at 1700 last night. Pretty narrow range, huh? This is the RTH volume profile, which will reset this morning at 8:30. This is a pretty important column for me. This is my notes column. The first thing I do every morning is analyze what open type I expect for the day, and that's real simple. It's only got two criteria. If we opened right here, right now, where would this open compared to the previous close? Well, there's the close. We would be lower than the close. The next criteria is where does this open? How does this open relate to the previous range? Well, there's the previous range. So we would be lower in range if we open right here, right now. I changed the title of the column to lower in range because when I look at a screen snap or the recording and I see this title, I know exactly, it gives me a lot of information, right? Now, this kind of a day really irritates me because they are going to waffle back and forth around this close, so we could be higher in range or lower in range, depending on where they open it. The next thing I'll do is clear the column, which will remove these migrating VPOC flags and the statistics associated with the session prices, which I input yesterday morning. So let's clear the notes. There we go. Boom. Now, these are the session prices. Pushed from Bookmap. To Bookmap from IRT. There's nothing magical or mysterious on my charting, and there is no indicators on either Bookmap or IRT. There are only price levels and statistics. Period. So, I have a POC for both RTH and VWAP and full session or Globex. And the POC simply marks the price at which the most contracts have traded so far in the session, right there. 34.68 traded so far in the full session, and there's our POC. There's one for the RTH as well. This more muted yellow is the full session. The brighter yellow is the RTH. There is a mid for the RTH, and there's a VWAP for both RTH and POC. The only other line that can be confusing is the IB high or low because of the naming. It is named IB based on old market profile stuff for the initial balance. However, what these two price levels actually represent are the high, which is way up above us, or the low of the first 1 hour of the RTH trading session. Boom, that's it. All right, now we're going to input the statistics associated with these prices, and I'm going to stick with lower end range and hope they keep it there. If they don't, I'll have to change it, but we'll be able to see what's going on and how I do it. Here's the session statistics study from IRT. They conveniently highlight the correct open type, but only after 8:30 Central Standard Time. We've decided we're going to open lower in range based on where we are now. So the study looks back at 2,000 days, basically. Of these 1,998 days, we opened lower in range 587 of them. Of the days where we opened lower in range, price revisited the overnight volume point of control 84.3 times. Overnight volume point of control 83.4. There you go. That's all there is to it. Now I will just run down the list. The next order of business here would be the overnight mid at 83.3. And the overnight mid is hiding around here somewhere. It's doubled up. And I don't see it anywhere. What's going on here? Where in the hell did the overnight mid go? Anybody? It's probably under one of these levels. And I don't see it. I mean, the overnight mid has got to be the middle here somewhere, right? So it's probably right here under the VWAP, just judging from the looks of it. Yeah, there's the overnight mid right there, EM mid. Okay, so that is 83.3. Okay. Now we have the previous close, 73.8. No, they keep dropping it down. That's a good thing. Keep going, boys. Keep selling that sumbitch off. IB high. Well, that's way above us. Let's look at something else first. Let's look at the IB low. That says 61.2%. And the reason I'm doing that is it's in view. 61.2 IB low. And I always put the initials there because, remember, at 8:30, this flag is going to move to wherever the the low of the current RTH session is. It will not probably be here. So I will know what this 61.2% represented. Overnight low is 66.8. Overnight high, 52.5. Previous low is 51.4. And previous high is somewhere up there. I'm going to leave it like that for now. Overnight high, got that. Previous low. Previous high is 40.2. I don't even know where the hell previous high went. Way up here somewhere. There we go. 40.2, is that what I said? Okay. And you know what's, oh, this is also the IB high, you see here? And you can see the two levels over here, because once we set this IB high yesterday, we never came back. So there you go. All right, those will be the statistics that we have for now. Simply from this column. I think I've gone through that completely. And now what we're going to do is we are going to do a snap that I do every morning. Hold on. And it's called the TLab snap. And what in the hell is the TLab? Well, it is a bookmap Discord chat room started by a guy named Tom B and continues to be run by him. And every day at about 6 o'clock, I post the screen snap of the reports and the numbers for the day. And then at 8:20, I post this chart, which is somewhere. I post this chart, which is to give anybody a good, that doesn't have the same kind of charting, a good overview of all the numbers and recent sessions, just to kind of let them orient themselves. Now, Tom, the TLab is, as I said, it's a bookmap Discord chat room. It is started by a guy named Tom B, and it's free. You don't have to be a subscriber to Bookmap to take advantage of it. And you're not going to be solicited for anything. Now, Tom is a professional trader with 46-something years of experience, and I believe that. He doesn't call trades live. He doesn't trade live, and he doesn't call trades either. And you're probably never going to see a snap of his account or a wrapped Ferrari or a gold chain, you know. But after a while of listening to someone and you kind of get the idea that they know what they're doing and that they're the real deal. And I believe that he is a professional, successful trader, who knows what his real history might be. But at this point, I believe he's a professional trader. So there you go. And the important part is you won't be solicited for anything if you happen to drop in there. There's a good crew of folks over there, too. Many of them are here and that I'm in static with. So it's just, I will always put a little blurb or plug for them every morning. And let's move on to the next order of business, which is being able to trade with Bookmap, which I suppose is probably kind of important, eh? The way you activate trading with Bookmap is to use the trade control panel. You click that button, that padlock, and that opens this. You decide the way you will interact with the market. using your mouse to trade. If you choose chart, the only place you can trade is here in the active trade data column. If you choose dome, the only place are the dome columns. Choose both, guess what you got? Both of them. The next thing I do or need to do here is I use multi-brackets. And this introduces the risk-neutral methodology. This is the smallest risk-neutral package that you can use because you need to use an even number of contracts. 2. You decide your stop loss for the package based on your account risk, any other parameters that affect your risk on your ability to trade, including your psychology. But once you've established this packet, the size of the package and the risk and the stop or the risk, the R value, then the first take profit target is automatic. It's for half of the package, 1, and it is for the same number of ticks positively or plus 1R as the stop loss is negative 1R. Then you have the runner. You can have 4. You can have higher volatility. And there you are. The key to this whole thing is the minute you achieve the T1 target, the trade is risk neutral. The worst that can happen is a scratch, unless you're a donut and you move your stop away from your entry, which absolutely never do. The next thing I do after setting that is I activate the multi-account trading because of the wonderful things it does. I'll tell you here in a second. All right, let's keep going before I get off on that tangent. Now that I've selected my account size and it went somewhere, my mouse wasn't working here, went right here. And I have my multi-bracket set. I don't need any of these other tools that are in the trade control panel. Notice the metrics here are the same as here. So I can confirm the package size. I can re-click this button, which stays green, padlock stays open because we've selected a way to trade with our mouse. There's the metrics available to me, and I have cancel all and close all. So I don't need the trade control panel anymore, and I get the real estate back. So now we're ready to trade when the market opens at 8:30. And we have the package set. Oh, yes. The reason for the multi-account thing is that this is a TopStep evaluation account and 4 others behind it. So the minute I put a trade or any kind of a movement of stops or targets or whatever on this right here on the stream, you'll see it automatically copied across 4 other accounts right down. These will all pop up right over here. The purpose for this is that I wanted to have a completely transparent, absolutely accountable record from 0 to hero. I thought it would be helpful for the trading community in general, you know, and never hurts us to trade, right? And to continue. So that's what that's about. I have a couple more one more target, I guess, or 2, and then all of 5 of these are out of the eval and in the XFA. One other thing I do is set this blue line, which is just a blue vertical line, click vertical line, at the beginning of each session. And that is nothing more than a visual reference for me, because if I glance left or out of my peripheral vision, I see that blue line, I know that I have the full session in view, and that's what I want to do. So I am always firmly rooted in the context of the session as it progresses. If I don't see that blue line, then I've got to adjust so that I have it that way. Another thing I try to do is keep 1 point high on the price ladder. So each one of these is 1 point, or 1 handle. and between them is 4 ticks. I don't know what else I've forgotten now that I can't see my my chapters anymore. So this whole chapter drama is still continuing, so I apologize for that. But you know what I mean? Shit happens, what can I tell you? It's been a bigger nightmare for me than you, I suppose. Again, remember, this is my virtual journal. I do this because I don't multitask well, and I capture everything that I'm looking at on my video, and my voice over here provides insight as to what I'm thinking. When I talk or say you, I'm talking to myself. If it's at all helpful to anybody else, great. And we're gonna open here in about 55 minutes or seconds, Jesus. And let's hope that this column resets as it's supposed to. It has been, I've been having issues right, left, and center here, and this whole thing of OBS really threw me off. I had everything working perfectly with chapter markers and all that. And then it presented an opportunity to upgrade night before last, and I just was headed for bed, and I thought, sure, why not? And I upgraded OBS, woke up in the morning, and all the chapter marker thing is upside down. So now we've opened, and a little bit early, about 30 seconds early. So there is a discrepancy between my clock and the rhythmic clock, I guess. Because now it's 8:30. That's real annoying. And here is the first VPOC migration. And I'll tell you a story about them. This is a holdover from the days when I used to keep about 5 minutes wide on the charting. Now that I keep the entire session in view, these are not so important. Obviously, the yellow brick road here continues to plot through the day, but pretty soon it'll scroll off the screen. So these flags would keep me grounded in where we had been. And we did open. I hope we opened lower in range, but maybe not. We might have gone up here and opened higher in range. We'll wait for IRT to post the open flag, and then I'll adjust accordingly. Irritating. And remember that these flags, you see the IB high just moved there, and the IB low moved down here. So there you go. And that's not correct because of this 30-second difference over here. God damn, that's irritating. I don't know what to do about it, frankly. Sorry. I've got a special task in Windows 11 to reset the clock to the international time server, GMT. Every morning at 7 o'clock. I have tried having rhythmic reset my computer clock to the open, to be in sync with it every morning, or every 2 minutes, excuse me. It's just so freaking frustrating, and I don't know what's the matter or why, which is the bad part. I've now changed my charting to day session only, and you do that right here. You just click on the chart, hit the comma, and there's the day session. The reason I do that, so now what we're looking at here, this is the micro, by the way. What we're looking at over here now is yesterday's day session. And here we go today. The overnight has been removed. And I do that to keep the the relationship between value area high and developing value area high. Oh shit, we opened higher. We opened, well, I don't know what we did, to be honest with you. Oh, we opened just barely lower in range. There is our previous close, and here's our open. So, about a point, huh? What was that for crazy? Okay. And now I'm going to set the blue boy, Mr. Blue Guy over here for the, that's today's RTH session open, pretty close, within a few seconds. Now you need to be real careful about the reports. There's a lot of speaking and a lot of crazy stuff going on that maybe we don't all know about yet. But there's some numbers at 8:45, and then there's numbers at the top of the hour. And Trump and company are busy on the microphone. So here we go. I hope this thing is working. And now. Okie dokie. So, what we have going on here now is, hopefully it's not like yesterday when we had just a tight rotational day. You can see, as you can see right here. They finally got this IB taken out in the morning, and then Friday was one of the few days where we did not take either initial balance. That is fairly rare. It's about 40 days out of the last 2,000 that has happened. It's 40 trading days. We have the full session volume profile, which is this more yellow, muted yellow, has migrated down. Pretty soon this shall follow. Remember that the POC is nothing more mysterious than a marker of price where the most contracts have traded so far in the session. 2231. Well, whatever's in the middle there. And the minute one of these other prices is one contract more, that yellow line's going to move there. That's all there is to it. We have a pretty jammed up deal here going on. Settlement is up here. They didn't like that one. We're trading away from it. Here's our... We haven't taken the overnight VPOC yet. We got within a tick of it, or two, a point, I guess. No, 3/4 of a point. We have taken the mid, and we've got the previous low and the overnight low down below us, assuming that things are going south. So higher time frame here. There's the micro composite. Market goes up to go down, goes down to go up to go down. Yeah, that's the usual. This is the last non-farm, I believe. Yeah, this is the last non-farm payroll number. Now, this is something to think about. This government closure, ridiculous crap that happens every time some of these folks are in office. What they are, I don't know. Anyway, I won't comment, but if they shut it down tomorrow or the next day, they won't put out the non-farm payroll, which would be like a pretty interesting thing to have happen. You remember back, I think it was August or could have been July, the July non-farm, the numbers were terrible. And so Trump fired the head of the Bureau of Labor Statistics and then put in his own boy. And the next month, the numbers were worse. That nobody said anything then, but it's really strange the way things are done these days. So where are we here? Well, come on. Okay, there's the overnight. Here's today's open. Here's yesterday's close. Hose knows anything goes. I used to, so this is an example of why I like to keep the entire session in range, assuming that this is in an existing range. I would keep them about 5 minutes spread on the time line down here, and you can't see, where was the overnight volume point of control all night? You don't know. Not as important to me as the current one now, but you see the reason. So rather than these flags, which I used to use and still do because I'm OCD, there we go. Context is extremely important, I have determined. The last thing I want to do is trade against context. I don't want to be that guy, that's picking the bottom or calling the top or trying to be the counter trend trader, counter momentum trader. I'm not that guy. I think that's a very low probability place to be. And I'm approaching trading as a business, not a video game or gambling. I hope the rest of this mess is working okay. I don't know, if it is or not. I guess so. I should be able to chat something up here, I think. Oh, there we go. Yeah, it works, I guess. All right. I wanted to test everything because like I said, I didn't know. I don't know what the hell's going on. What else broke? You know what I mean? I know one thing. I am really disappointed that I clicked that yes on that update. I had no problems with OBS to that point. It was doing everything I wanted it to do, and I'm one of those kind of if it ain't broke, don't fix it guys. I don't know why I fell over a weak, tired moment, I guess, and clicked OK on the update, and now I'm paying the price. It's not got anything to do with my trading or my charting, but it has to do with the stream, which is my virtual journal. So, you know, and the fact that my commitment to the stream is that no trade will ever be taken off stream. That's why the stream lasts 7 hours every day. Starts at 8 o'clock in the morning and goes through 1500 in the afternoon. So the time, the chapter markers, the timeline are really important, because I'm certainly not going to sit and listen to 7 hours looking for something, and I don't expect anybody else would. So if those timestamps are in there accurately, you can just go from whatever thing you're interested in that's reviewing, you know. And the reason I stream to YouTube is because I can review them. I can review the stream on any device, number one. And number two, it adds another layer of transparency and accountability. You notice that I don't just stream my application. I stream my entire monitor. So you see any program that I have open, and you see my clock, hours, minutes, seconds, Central Standard Time, of course, and you see the date, which ties up with the date and time on both Bookmap and IRT. Accountability. Yeah. So there we go, boys and girls, campers, traders. Be extremely careful now. We have just had a number out, and we have another one at the top of the hour. So let's see what how those numbers are reacting here. Get to the real McCoy. So the Chicago PMI is a big miss. It was 41.5 previous. They were forecasting 43.4. It's 40.6. That's the Project Managers Index. We have the JOLTS number out at the top of the hour. What the hell's going on here? I don't know what shit's up with this stuff. And then we've got Trump talking at 10. Oh, great. Wonderful. Yesterday was a no trade day, actually, because of the ever-present danger, the risk. Let me start by saying that absolutely not political whatsoever, but what's going on today? What is this now? It is real important for any project or manager to identify any risks to whatever they're doing. In our case, it's a risk to disrupt the auction, okay, which is what we are participating in to trade. So this is exactly why I focus on reports and numbers. That's the second thing I do every morning after the greeting and the disclaimers. Okay, that is a scheduled number, and we have an idea. There's, you know, let me get over here. It's a little easier to see. There's previous, here's what was forecast, you know, here's what is actual. We know that risk, and we can see immediately what that risk what effect it may have. a unqualified, potentially critical risk to do with a speaker, in this case, Trump, or the same thing happens with Fed Chair Powell. You don't know. That is an unqualified critical risk or unidentified critical risk. It's got nothing to do with politics. It's got to do with common sense and account preservation. So in this environment, because there are several people, especially in and around the administration, that are real fond of the microphone and the camera, and they say a lot of random things. The famous H1B1 or HB1 or whatever that visa story is, that was just a freaking disaster because the Commerce Secretary was putting out a statement that was completely wrong. Completely 100% out of phase, wrong. All corrected by the little blonde gal there, the press secretary. But it had a huge impact on a lot of things. So that's an unqualified, potentially, well, a critical risk, absolutely. And that can happen frequently whenever it can also happen when it's not scheduled. Fortunately, they're starting to schedule these things, like these announcements and things like that, which is really great, just like they do numbers. There's always the ever-present danger of something that's unscheduled. So what you need to do as a trader is you need to be absolutely vigilant about monitoring your risk and, in my opinion, only looking for A-plus setups. Minimize your risk exposure to the market, because there is an ever-present danger there, much more so than ever before, or than is considered normal. Not political at all; it's a fact. And like I said, same story with Powell. So there you go. Yep. It's not exciting either, in my opinion. It's a bummer. I'm too old to be in this position. But it's the joy of trading, and it's what we have to do every day. We have to take into consideration what's going on, and where are we, and what's the environment. That's why I'm so hypersensitive at this point about keeping context clearly in my mind. What's our context today? We're going no place. We're rotating. We're just making retail soup. All those boys and girls out there that can't refrain from clicking the mouse are getting chopped up right, left, and center. What do we really have? Well, we've got a 10-point range. 11. Call me a liar. Got 11-point range, basically. 30 minutes in. And we got big numbers at the top of the hour. Jolts definitely can move the market. There we go. We had a VPOC migration shift lower. And I'm really tired of having to talk like this on the stream. I mean, trading is the majority of your time as a trader is being patient, stalking a vetted trade. There are 3 positions if you're a professional trader. It's long, short, and flat. And you are flat a lot of the time. It's not an adrenaline game. It's not how many times you can click the mouse in 30 minutes, you know, it's none of those things. If you're approaching it as a statistically driven, consistently profitable business. So there you go. I wonder if the chat's a little bit goofy. I used to always have a couple of active participants. If you're in the chat there, drop something in the... something doesn't look right here. If you're in the chat, drop something in the chat. Wait. Click, obviously click thumbs up and subscribe too, it'd be cool, but drop something in the chat. Where are you? Hello, piss up a rope, whatever. I just want to make sure everything's working right after I tipped it over. Had to install. There we go. Somebody said something right there. You can bet on that. That was someone's comment. Now, ask yourself this question. That is 70, you know, the 67 handle to 69, 68. How did you manage that risk? How could you manage that risk? You could not. And wait for jolts. It could be a lot more. It could be a lot more dramatic. Not saying that it will. I'm just, you know, that's the way I think it's important to approach the market at this point, is to be real cautious. Only trade your vetted structured trades. Watch the market, anticipate, you know, here's my workflow now. I watch the entire session with my little blue boy over here, right? Come on. Where'd he go? He's bashful. There you go. There's the session. When I am approaching the potential spot where I would interact with the market, in other words, a setup, one of my vetted setups is approaching or potentially setting up, I can zoom in. But right now I can keep context ever present on my mind. And that's really important, I believe. I'm not going to do this double shit. You see how this little thing jumps up here one tick? Hate that. But, you know, OCD rules. So here we go. Boom. 4 minutes, 4.5 minutes to the jolts and the reports. Careful. Boys and girls. Yeah. Okay. I hope these, whatever they are, chapter things are firing, because there's no way for me to see that. I think it's so weird. As amazingly well built and user friendly as OBS is, it's like some programs, some charting programs for example, since we're traders. The simplest thing, or the most, thing that you would think is so obvious, would be one of the first things they developed doesn't exist. I don't get it. They put together a charting in this latest definition, or this latest release of, or maybe a release or two ago of OPS. They put in a charting, a chapter marker tool, which you can just use a hotkey, and all it does is throw a chapter marker, but you can't. It doesn't put the time, the dates. You can't set up the hotkey to fire like with StreamUp or I suppose others, where you actually have those chapters embedded, or recorded against the timeline that you're streaming. It's so weird to me. Now they've got this thing where you click a hotkey and it throws a chapter marker, and you have no idea. There's no list of what you did or when you did it or anything else, or if it's working. I don't know. I think it's weird. But hey, I'm thankful that it exists, because if I were to keep my journal up by typing and screen snapping, I would be even further upside down than I am normally. What are we doing? Well, we're 14 handles wide now. Oh boy, exciting. And we've got news. The Jolts is out in about 15 seconds, so be careful. Be flat, in my opinion. How are you going to manage your risk otherwise? There's Jolts. There's the Jolts number, I'm guessing. Okay, so it's a positive number of, they forecast was 7.2 million, and it is 7.22 million. So, boy, that's splitting hairs, isn't it? Consumer confidence is way down. Of course, the market is looking for jolts. Consumer confidence is a huge miss. Consumer confidence was forecast for 96. Previous was 97.4. And the number is 94.2. Not good. He's still talking. Trump is back. He's still talking now. So definitely keep your hands off. I will keep my. He's back on Canada being the 51st state again. Holy shit. I've committed to spending over $1 trillion on the military in 2026. Jesus Christ. You see why I'm saying it's be real careful. Look at these timestamps. Yeah. Great. I hope everything works out. That doesn't seem like a small government and cost cutting to me. To spend $1 trillion. $1 trillion. Son of a bitch. What is $1 trillion? You know what I mean? I can't really conceive of a billion, I don't think. I don't think I can accurately visualize a billion. And the trillion is a pretty far stretch. Any time, 15 or 20 million is chump change, that's there's something off with the distribution of wealth and the general condition of a society, I believe. 1 or 2% of the population holds 80 or 90% of the wealth and value in a country of few 100 million people. There's something wrong there. That probably won't end well at some point. If they look back at the French Revolution, they might figure that out, I guess. I won't be around probably, but yeah. Well, do you see the IB continue to jump up? Did you notice how the IB flag is up, or the line is up here and the flag is below it? That is a perfectly normal condition, and now the flag is caught up, and it's expected behavior because the data that drives both the line indicator and the flags in Cloud Notes is exactly the same data pushed at the exact same moment from IRT. The difference is Bookmap, the minimum refresh time I'm able to set in the Bookmap Cloud Notes is a minute. And the folks who programmed or coded up this line indicator obviously have it refreshing quicker than, in less time than a minute. So there you go. Remember that our IB high is the high of the nothing more than the high of the first 1 hour, as is the low, nothing more than the low of the first 1 hour of the RTH trading session. Now we're around 9 o'clock. And so we can probably oh man, this sucks. We can probably talk about initial balance statistic. So we know that the initial balance just marks the high and low of the first 1 hour. So at 9:30 and 1 millisecond, it doesn't move anymore, neither one of them. And at that moment, the IB statistic is active. The IB statistic is, once again, from our old friend, this homework study over here. Oh, come on. See, we opened lower in range. Isn't it cute? How nice of them to highlight that for us. So, again, looking back at the 2,000 days, there is a greater than 97.9, 98.0, 98.1, 97.9% probability that the IB high or the IB low will be exceeded by price at some point in the balance of the RTH trading session for this day. So there's a 98.1% probability that one or the other will be exceeded. That is the IB stat. Now, Friday was a pretty interesting day because if you think about it for a second, if there's a 98.1% probability that one or the other will be exceeded by price, that means that there's a 1.9% probability that neither one will be exceeded. And Friday, neither one was. In my statistics study of 2,000 days, that has occurred 40 times, 40 days. So, okay, we know what the IB stat is, and we know when the IB stat's going to happen, and we know what the probability is. Now, the next point of the story is that I am vetting the IB trades. There are two of them. they are not relative or active or possible until after the IB has been set and after the IB statistic has been taken. In other words, after the IB high or low has been exceeded by price. Then the two IB trades are on the table. One of them is a mean reversion outside in, and the other is a continuation trade. Typically, the IBF is suggested or indicated, expected in a rotational environment, where the IBC or continuation trade, by its name, implies a directional environment. Now, I am capturing these specific mean reversion package data for those two trades, and then I will have them vetted as trades I know have or do not have a positive edge with my specific rules. And I'm backtesting. So now we are waiting. So I have nothing to do until 9:30 because there's no IB. I also have nothing to do until after 9:30, and one of the two IB levels have been exceeded. Then I have to put my thinking cap on. And so I can sit like this, watching the context, having a feeling for what the market is doing, what's the auction up to. When 9:30 comes and we take out the IB low or high, I can, zoom in and see if it meets my criteria. That's the way it rolls, baby. That is approaching trading as a statistical business based on probabilities and statistics. And the only way that I know of to get it to be consistently profitable. You need to understand that this is a random market. The outcome of the next trade is 50-50. It's like a coin flip. It's a binary event. Also very important to recognize a statement that we hear a lot in trading that everybody blows off, doesn't pay any attention to, I think, because they assume it's some sort of lawyer speak, but it's probably one of the most important rules of statistics that there are. Past performance is not indicative of future results. The outcome of the next trade or movement in this price is 50-50. It has nothing to do with what happened before. There is now, I'll go on here. So, what I believe the correct approach is then is to do as I am. Capture a data set of a specific setup or configuration and the parameters that validate an entry for that. In my case, the IB higher, continuation or failure. Capture a statistically significant data set of that instance. Statistically significant meaning it is outside the range of random distribution. Random distribution is real simple to understand. If we flip a coin, we all know a coin is 50-50. You flip a coin 10 times, nobody is surprised if there's more heads or tails than, one way or the other. That's a random distribution. We can have random distributions in trades. We can have a string of losses in a row or stops in a row. We can have a string of wins in a row. So, but when you flip a coin 1,000 times, pretty close to 50-50, maybe even 100 times. So that's what you need to do when you're vetting a setup and determining if your setup has a positive expectancy or not. You want to know how many times you achieve T1 over a data set of 100 occurrences or 1,000. How many times did you achieve? What percentage of the time did of the total occurrences did you achieve T2? Scratch, stop, etc. Now you have statistics upon which you can base your trading plan, I believe. So there you go. Something is definitely goofy here. I am not seeing what I expect to see on OBS. But anyway, it's recording, I hope. So there we go. So that's approaching trading as a business. Now, having said that, this is not some epiphany that I had. This has been recognized and understood and is the methodology used by the most successful traders in the world and hedge fund managers. Ed Thorpe, Jim Simons, Paul Tudor Jones, Ray Dalio, Tom Sosnoff, Tom the Trader, Tom B, Rod, from our colleagues, day-to-day colleagues, to the most famous people you've read about or seen interviewed. They all understand that it is a business of probabilities and statistics. What you do when you determine that you have a positive edge or expectancy, you then rely on the law of large numbers to manifest or to compound that expectancy in your favor. What does the law of large numbers, what is that? Well, it's that if you have one trade or 10 trades, or you have 1,000 trades, if your expectancy is $5 and you have 10 trades, that's $50. If you have 10,000 trades, that's a lot of money. That is also the exact principle and business model of a casino. They are not in the gambling business. They are in a business of probabilities. They play no game for which they have not predetermined an edge or expectancy. Over 1,000 hands, we expect to make 10% per hand, average, for example. After they've determined that and the specific rules or criteria, then when they put that game on the floor, on the casino floor, their mission in life is to just play that game as many times as they can in 24 hours. They know that gamblers will win. We know that we will have stops. They're the cost of doing business. We know that they know they'll have 2 or 3, several winners in a row, maybe a weekend in a row. They don't freak out. They don't shoot the dealer. They don't change the rules. They just deal the next hand because they understand the law of large numbers and they understand probabilities. This is not some magic new thing. This has been understood since Christ was a carpenter. So there you go. That's where I'm going. And remember, this is my journal, so I'm talking to myself and I am reinforcing my belief. I am a firm believer that your subconscious mind believes what you tell it and what you articulate out loud to it. How you feel. Not a lot of reaction to the numbers. Guess I can monitor if this thing's working. Okay, seems to be all right. What fear and greed index? I don't care about crypto. Hmm. Hmm. All right. Quite a big delay in YouTube today, so that's be really careful. Obviously, well, 10 o'clock. Trump's going to be on the microphone once again. And then 1400. Wow. Wow. $1 trillion on the military. Wow. That's a lot, huh? Jesus. Okay, 10 minutes, we will have the initial balance statistic active. And that means that the IB high will no longer go up and the IB low will no longer go down. They will be fixed because they mark the high and the low of the first 1 hour of the RTH trading session. Nothing more and nothing less. Boy, this strange week. Now you have to think about, or I think about, the range requirement and the probability or the quality of a setup. I have a range requirement, which essentially is 3 points. Unobstructed to the, there needs to be an unobstructed path to the first risk neutral scale, which is 3 points. So exactly at the IB high, you would have 3 points to the overnight volume point of control, which is an obstacle. Any place where the market can, any of these levels where the market can react and go the other way is, in my opinion, an obstacle. Similarly with the bottom down here. And then the next thing that I want to be sure and think about, in addition to the range requirement, is the objective here is not to be scratched, not to achieve a scratch. Trade for the sake of trading and pay commissions and whatever else. That's not the goal. The goal is the profit target. What's the profit target? It's 12 handles. Right now we are at 67.13 and the low is essentially 96. So we're about 14 handles wide. If you took a short off the IB high because it was an IB failure, or vice versa, long off the bottom, you got to get all the way across all the range and all the levels to get the profit target. So the IB statistic is now active. And this environment is not an A+1 in my opinion. Man, painful. Haven't received any signals yet. On my backtest chart, which is right here. Just monitoring, right? This is the backtest rules, which are not. This is the system, which has got nothing to do with these signal markers or these lines that you see on the chart over here. These are just visual references, custom indicators that I created here to give myself visual reference for the, and then the signal markers are also just visual reference on this chart, having nothing to do with the trading system. It is not active. Now, the minute I said that, let me make sure that it's not active. Nope. Okay. Here's today. This is the RTH. There you are. And here's the, I start these, the lines start plotting at 9:30, right? So if I see some sort of signal over here, I know, oops, that's not right. Looks like they're going to try to take the low, huh? Now here's a bit of advice that is really important to take on board. Do not trade towards the statistic. In other words, we're below the VPOCs, we're below the mid, we're below the VWAPs, we're below, and we're going to take the IB low. Maybe we will. Maybe we won't. Maybe we'll, well, we did in this case. But you could also have a situation like this, where it goes the other way. Now the statistic has been taken. Now comes the time for me to think about what I'm going to do. First thing I'm going to do is confirm that I have my bracket all set up. My multi-account thing is ready to roll. My multi-brackets are on the correct one. Now I've done my pre-landing checklist here. And I'll be absolutely honest with you, with myself here. Something's going wrong over here. I'll be absolutely honest. I'm not very prone to taking the IB failure trade here, even though it would be suggested by the range of the day. But I still don't have a confirmation on my signals over here. I should have an A, and then there should be a B. The reason that this is not an A, it meets the criteria in that it's coming down into the IB, but the close is not below the IB. That's one of the rules. So I'm going to stand here and watch this. It has also not satisfied the continuation zone for the IB continuation trade, nor has it achieved the pullback zone for the IB failure. So I'm staying out of this one. has not triggered the signal. We've entered the pullback zone for the IB failure. And we're now reapproaching the IB, so that should be giving us a trigger. Why that's not happening? I don't know. Boo-boo. I mean, we'll figure this out pretty darn quick, but... So what's happening over here? Let's look at it from this point of view. We didn't get anywhere on the failure. On the continuation, we traded back up, tested down. So this could have been interpreted as an IB failure trade. And were that the case, there is a scale there. Well, it's looks like that IB failure is working out nicely. My problem is I don't see any of these signals, and I'm wondering why. Why? Here. If I'm not wrong, they were there. They were there before. So the IB failure trade setup is, oh, look at him go. Wow, that's a shame, isn't it? That I'm not on that. 97, there is, right there is 12 points. Right there would be both targets. My, how disappointing. So the signals are as follows. There's the IB, which didn't accurately set a trigger because the close is exactly on the IB high. Or low, sorry. Then we pull back to the pullback range here. We trade down to within 1 point either side of the IB low, which would be the trigger long for an IB failure long, which should have triggered here, and that's the 10 points. What this bullshit is doing, I don't know. I'm gonna have, now let me rephrase all of this stuff because I'm in the process of building these signals, which are a derivative of the trading system rules. Okay, like I said earlier, now these indicators, lines, and signals are just visual references for me. They have nothing to do, they are not driven in any way by the trading system. However, the rules here are a code that contain the key code element of the various rules. I have 3. There's the IB statistic is taken, then there's the pullback range, one way or the other, and then there is the retest to the IB. Only 3, very simple. And in the real world here, boy, oh boy, huh? That would have been a really IB failure mistrade right there. Pretty classic, except though, this is the reason I'm reviewing the backtest chart over here, because I want to be sure. I want to imprint on my mind how to identify exactly the rules in Bookmap for accurately trading. Of course, we're humans, so we're going to remember the good stuff. This doesn't really qualify, or does it? Doesn't meet my specific rules here. And the other day, I don't remember which, there was an IB continuation trade which did not follow each of the rules, 1A, B, and C, or A, B, and trigger. But a few minutes later, A, B, and trigger for the IB failure set up, and it went on magnificently. Unfortunately, I had taken the IB continuation trade and took a full stop. I mean, that's why I'm specifically reviewing these. Why is this going on here? That's why I'm specifically reviewing these. I want to be damn sure I've got these signals understood, and that they're working as they should. And frankly, this one is not. I understand this signal not firing an A because the close is right on the IB. Why this didn't fire a pullback, I don't know. and why it didn't fire the target here within the 1 point range. I don't know. Oh, well, I don't know. The rules say open is higher than the close on one candle back. The open is higher than the close, and the close is below the IB. Well, so that's the reason we don't have an A. And I may need to tweak that rule because the statistic has definitely been satisfied. Then we have a pullback to the pullback zone. And I have to read this rule, but that should be correct. Because it's pulling back. The open is below the close, the open is below the close or the higher within the pullback zone. There should be a B right here. Like there is right here. And then down here, we trade down into within 1 point of the IB low, and there should be a trigger. My. This American pie. So let's see where we are here. Besides frustrated. Well, look at it go. Isn't that cute? Very definitely a missed trade on my part right there for sure. Missed vetted trade. That's the important part. I'm wondering what the hell is going on with the chat. Or the stream, actually. My damn, that's annoying. This is the last day of the month, too. Those stupid evaluations will roll this tomorrow or today or whenever they do that. I don't know. And that would be a real motivating factor to not have happen. I'm interesting. I detect in myself, I mean, I've known this for years, but how easily I'm distracted or tilted, you know. This thing with the stream up is pissing me off, and I struggled till 11 something last night and didn't get anywhere. I did get a little bit of the aware that the stream bot, which is apparently something that you need to use now to have stream up chapter markers work, is up and connected through whatever it's called, web something or other, forget. The web socket server settings is working. Boy, it's frustrating. All because had I just clicked no, none of this would have happened. Instead, I've been 2 days jacking with it, diluting my concentration and focus and everything else. Terrible. Terrible. Well, so the IB statistic has been satisfied. We had an IB failure trade back to and including our full target, and I was not on it. Magical. Just magical. And we're going to take the IB high from the looks of it. Now that is a strange, about a 32 and change % probability that we take both. So Friday we don't take either. And today we take both. Look at there. 33.2% probability. You see here? So, what are you going to do? Who are you going to call? I don't know. I'm sick of this shit. I'll tell you that right now. I want to get this vetting over with. I want to get past this and be taking some trades. Get my chapter thing working, and this is all just driving me nuts. And it's a short trip, by the way. I guess it's OCD or I don't know what, Before all the fancy psychobabble names, they used to call it focused or preoccupied, but now it's something else. Well, there we go. Both of them, IB high, IB low, 33.2% probability that happened. Does that constitute? I don't know about that. Now, there's one I never thought about before. would that be an opportunity to be looking for a short? Not necessarily the IB failure, but remember, this is just one setup that I'm vetting. One, instance, the IB trades, there are two of which. There are other trades, setups that traders in our group definitely use, and, mean reversion is one of them. Outside in. So far, we've had two of them. If you were just trading the outside in and not paying attention to the IB, well, you hit it there and you're scaled. Now, what's going to happen, you don't know. We've got the IB low statistic up here at 62.2 from yesterday. I guess that's what that means. And we've got the overnight high at 52.5. I don't know what the value rate ones are. Let's look. $57.7. So the previous value area high, which is right here, has a 57.7% probability. The difference between the value area high and the developing value area high, the developing is for the current auctioning session. The value area high and low are for the previous auction. That's why I changed my charting from full session to day session only in IRT. Because IRT pushes these levels, and in IRT's mind, the very second that the overnight session ends and the RTH session begins, the value area low and high by definition would apply to the last auction, which would be the ETH, and that's not what I want to have happen. I supply these levels, as I said before, to anybody that can use them, free, 24/7, starting at 1700 Sunday night through 1600 on Friday. And a lot of people do use them, and they expect the value area high and low to be for the previous RTH sessions. That's why I do that. So there we go. There we go. Another one, huh? Remember that these are settled. This is tagging out. That's previous settlement. These are not trades that I could be trying to participate in unless I wanted to lie to myself and say, well, they're IB failures. Because I've not thought about that before, but I don't necessarily think that there can be two of them. I don't think you can have repeated IB trades. Maybe. That's a good idea, huh? Let's see what's going on with volume here. Well, we're sneaking up to 100%, okay? And wow, look at what happened with our ATR. Bam! Up here to almost 775, and now down to 675. Wow. Okay, now we got trade trigger and a trade trigger and a beat. What we don't have, you see, I haven't gotten this working correctly, I guess you could say. So they're sequential. They're just whenever this signal fires, that there goes the marker. not having anything to do with the fact that, okay, here's a trigger, but there's no A or B. Well, here's a B actually, but there's no A. There wasn't an A until up here, and it even here is not an A. This is not our first rule, because our first rule says, in the case of the IB high that we trade up here, the close, this should be a candle that is going, a bar that's still going up, and the close should be above the IB high. Now, these are just the rules as I've written them and understood them from the original. The original plan was from Rod, a suggestion of what he had looked for, and not specifically in the case of, is this signal fire on the high or does it fire on the close? You know what I mean? There's an open, high, low, close on every bar, so there can be that criteria involved with every bar, with every signal. And I'm wondering what to do next. The one thing I'm definitely not wondering what to do is be bored. This is irritating as hell. Now we have a yeah, irritating. And I need to get this over with and be trading. I have no problem being disciplined and following these rules, but this is a perfect example of where your monkey mind can come into play and bite you in the ass. We have been evolving the DNA, through our DNA and natural selection. Fear, FOMO, desire to be right, revenge, it all kind of hinges around, or chasing, or kind of all kind of points back to wanting to be right, I guess. And that's our monkey mind. And that's something that's real important to recognize. You're never going to eliminate that from you, from who you are, because it's baked in for, thousands of years of evolution. Even if you're a creationist, I'm not sure, but I think they agree that humans have been, working on this idea for a long time, no matter how it started. So, you need to realize that you're not going to eliminate those emotions or those feelings, but be constantly alert and recognize them and do not react to them. Do I want this over? Yeah. Am I bored? Do I want to put on a trade and get a couple of over the top and get these out of the evaluation exit phase? Absolutely. But that's the way you go broke. That's the way you compound losses. And that's not what I'm going to do here. I do need to review these rules. First, I need to review the signals on the chart to make sure I have the full complement of signals for the IB low. There's only two sets of trades, right? There's the high and there's the failure, and there's a continuation, as there is up here. And I just need to figure those out and make sure that the rules are in place and they are correct, so that I'm not looking at something wrong. And remember that they are not part and parcel of the rule of the trading system itself. So I need to do that, but I got so sidetracked with this stupid other thing that I'm the chapters here. And I'll see if I can come up with some sort of workaround for that. I don't know why I can't get the damn thing to work, but my daughter's suggesting I just roll OBS back. But I think I've done enough changing now to the OBS rules that stuff's not, it wouldn't be in there as I would expect anyway. Plus I have a lot of configuration in OBS with, you know, all of the filters for each one of these sources. And I don't want to go there again. I actually need to figure out how to save that complete configuration, so if something ever does happen to the whole shooting match, I can just pull it right back up. Well, so we have an IB failure. Well, they've been working both ways, or if you're not doing the IB story, these are both mean reversions, and they're working magnificently. Is there enough meat on the bone to take these trades? Down here, yes. There's 3 points. Then your hat's off up here. Put on your helmet and put your feet up. Up here, no, not so much. Or let me check. Just exactly. Had you gotten in exactly at the IBI, you had 3 points to the scale. Then it's crapshoot. But I'm trying to hold my ground and finish this IB trade validation or vetting process. And man, is it getting old. Big time. Now, Trump should be speaking about something else, if I remember correctly. So the consumer confidence numbers are way off. Trump was busy talking. Oh, he concluded his remarks at 9:37. I thought he was speaking again. Oh, now he's going to make an announcement at 11. Jesus Christ. Uh-huh. What Trump is up to that I heard, or the point of this military manufacturing increase, which you see right here. His plan is not to provide military support to NATO, but to sell them equipment. So the story goes, first your money, then you close. Well, these mean reversions are just ticking right along, and I'm getting pretty thoroughly pissed about the whole thing. I'm also disappointed about what's going on with the chat and the stream. I'm thinking something's up. Normally there's one or two fellers that have been around a while. I see that it says 2 are watching, but I don't see. It doesn't also make any sense because it says started streaming 2 hours ago, and I started streaming 2.5 hours ago. So I'm really confused about what's going on with OBS and book. What do you call it? YouTube. Let's see, 2 hours and 17 minutes and 48 seconds to be exact. I wish I knew somebody else close by. The two guys I'm thinking about are in Europe. One's in Portugal and one's in England. And the third is Alex is in France. I can't think of any regulars here in the States that could. I just want to see if somebody is, what it looks like somewhere else. I have it running on another computer here in my office, but I don't know, it's within the same LAN and the same everything else, so I'm not sure if that's a good gauge of that or not. Anyway, it is what it is. Bummer. It was going along good. Having quite a few, 20 or 30 up to 50, I think, one time, views, and it did have 50 subscribers. I see somebody's unsubscribed now. Now there's only 49. Not that that's any big deal, but it would be nice. I guess that's kind of in a way that's a vote of that things are working, doing something right. And everybody wants to do that, even though this is my virtual trading journal. Nice to know that it's at least enjoyable and perhaps informative. Mm-hmm. Boy, these rotations are working out pretty good. If somebody's doing that, good for you. Good for you. Look at it go. 13, so basically 20 handles. I mean, pretty close. 19. YouTube is not receiving enough video. What the hell can that be? Open Studio. Well, that's not very good, is it? Son of a bitch. Well, looks like it's pretty much happening over here now. Open, what does this say? Open Studio. App Studio open, actually. What is going on? God damn, boy, did I screw that up. That's pretty darn disappointing. And look at there, look at our new mean reversion we got flying around here. I wonder what will happen if I do this. Well, there is OBS Studio. Now, why? Okay, where did that come from? Open widget. Apparently that's okay now. Okay, for me. I don't know how you do that. That's kind of cool. Where'd that go? Where did that go now? Huh. I don't know where the hell that even went. Jesus Christ. Okay, well, we'll see what happens now. Doing something new over here now, I don't know what. really big delay here in quite a big delay. It's now 30 seconds. I guess that's not a big delay, but you know. Okay, that's not anything I care about. 11 o'clock, Trump's going to make another announcement. Boy, he's working overtime. He's working overtime today, baby. Jesus, it's like yesterday, same disaster. All freaking day long. All day, there was no break in the action for me. And that's disappointing. I can't afford to keep just being a spectator here. This is my business that I need to rely on for an income. I need to get this. I'm going to move to my back testing as a statistic, and then, you know, just start taking these trades as they show up. Because I can't just keep this crap up. Seems like OBS got its knickers unknotted over here. Well, it'd be cool if it did that. Oh, whoops. Well, that's amazing. A bunch of stuff changed now. Huh. Boy, the one thing I need in these docs is not there. Man, is that irritating. Then I would be back in business. You know, these kind of things are like trading. You don't, it's like doubling down on a loser or chasing or something like that. You know, the fact that I updated OBS and now it's corrupted that stuff that I relied on would not do myself any good to like uninstall OBS and try to roll it back and then suddenly have a bigger problem. Well, I have to approach this slowly and maybe not until this weekend, which is really going to be annoying. I hope this chapter marker thing works, sort of, that I'm doing within OBS today. I don't know if it will. I don't know if it will. I basically have nothing to do here. So exciting. And Einstein's going to be, no, it's only 10:30. Okay, got another 30 minutes before Agent Worms takes the airways again. Wow. Takes the stage. Pretty darn disappointing, huh? Oh, well, we finally got an A over here. Look at this. We finally got an A trigger. An A signal there. How did that work? We traded down through the IB low and closed below it. You see the difference right there as compared to right there. And then we still don't have the continuation trade B signal, which would be a close within this range right here. We didn't have it here either. So let's see what we get. We got A. Let's see what we get B and C. Now I'm wondering what the hell happened to B on the downside. I'm thinking because right here is A. B is that right there into the pullback zone. Trade back down here. This should be the trigger or an IB failure back in the range. Boo boo. What else is going on here? Yeah. Now this A trigger right here is a could be A and B because it took the IB and it traded down to the pullbacks. Then we had, I don't know what, can't really call that a signal. This is ridiculous. It's a lot of work to do this, building hours and hours of building the system, thinking out the rules. A lot to be said for just, gambling. I think I can. I only have these. Hey, Panda. Statistics, but why? Now I'm totally amazed. I don't know why. I don't know what this would be. Because here are my IBC high. This is an IB continuation. Oh, wait, wrong. I'm sorry. There's the IB failure short. That's this trigger between 1 point either side of the IB. Here is the pullback. IB failure short, IBC short. And the IBC short from the second one, which is over here. And then we have the IB high stat and the IB low stat. That would be the A. Okay. How's my beautiful pink? Oh, big stretch panda. Yeah, what in Antonio? He doesn't love you anymore. What? He doesn't love old dad either. Yeah. I'm being summoned by the boss. I gotta jump here. He says jump. I say how high on the way up. All right, I'll be right back. I hope. Or maybe not. You never know. Nothing going on here, boy. Nothing to see here. That's for sure. Look at this day. Ooh, doo, 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 doo. Yeah. And I think Agent Orange is taking the stage, and the critical risk band are taking the stage again in another few minutes here. So, yeah, probably a lot better off going out and see what Mom is up to. Well, that was good. Homemade sourdough baguette and oxtail soup. That woman is one hell of a good cook, among other stuff. Among all her other qualities. Okay, so what? So something. Let's see what's going on here. The music has quit musicking. See if this works. Okay. I guess, yeah, Trump is busy doing something with it. Whatever he's up to, I don't, I'm pretty sure I don't want to know. Because it's likely not going to affect me and my market. It's about drug prices, and I hope it works. That's great. I'm not saying that's a bad thing. I'm saying, but I'm gonna glaze over it because it's not going to directly affect me. Here at this moment in time. Wow, those. So we've had two stellar mean reversion trades here. Well, what did we have? IB low, mean reversion, pretty damn close mean reversion. And what's the range on them? 13 to about 4. So roughly 20 handles. Lovely. And what is this freaking mess over here up to? What's my meth up to over here? Okay. Now that my body's maybe back to normal a little bit here. What in the hell are we doing now? sure why there's this. I think I must have had some more. Why is that so tall? Oops. I don't want that. Why is that so tall? She said. There we go. Box width. I don't know why the damn. I hate this goofy. That's pretty weird. Now what the hell is it doing? Yeah, magic. Well, let's see. Quick check. Heartbeat's working. That means that the rhythmic is rhythmicking. What I was trying to do was get rid of this white stupidness down here. I don't know why that's there, actually. Got no idea. Huh. I know you can change the width, which is right there, but I thought you could just grab the height and do what you needed to do. But okay. So here we go. I was trying to get this out of the flipping way over here, so you could see the damn. I could see the bars. Yeah. What I'm not getting here is I don't want that damn thing in the middle of the way there. So here's the IB low statistic. And here's how the rule is written. You can edit that rule over here, but there's how the rule is written. Real simple, huh? Now, here is something I could do to change way back when we had this statistic back over here, and I said, well, the reason that didn't fire was because the IB close was exactly on the IB. I mean, the candle close was on the IB, the bar. So if I change this to say open is greater than or equal to this IB low, or maybe you leave it that way, and then the close is less than or equal to the IB low, that would have then fired, and close one candle back is less than the open, one candle back, or one bar back, then that, this thing's starting to piss me off. This thing way back here, right there, would have been the signal, because it is exactly on the IB. If I change the rule to equal to or or less than or equal to, this will then fire a signal, an A. The problem is, there is no B in the pullback zone for the long. And we now need to look at B, why there's not a B right here. It's, you know, it's pretty subjective. With regard to writing the rules. And then that's where you can start to optimize right here the strategy. It's really important, however, to realize that optimizing over the full data set is a real dangerous thing to do because it becomes curve fitting. The way to accurately do that is to select, let's say, December 31st, 2024, back to the start of the data. However many years back that would be. Well, I could, anyway, and run the back test and then optimize that strategy over that historical data. Once that's done, then you forward test, which is to take the optimized strategy and apply it to the data, which is January 1st of 2025 through today. That way, you're not curve fitting to the data, and you tested historical, and you're seeing if it applies to the here and now. So there you go, boys and girls. And now something that I have to be real careful about or mindful of. If I change these rules at all for the visual signal markers, I have to be sure if I like that change to apply it to the real rule. For example, the real IB low, there are two. There's the IB low continuation, simply because of the variant, the different V-pound variables that I use, and there's an IB low statistic. So the one that we looked at over there was that close open is above the IB low and close is below the IB low, and then the open of one bar back is above, greater than the close of one bar back. So that would look like there. Close is less than the open, and close one. Well, close is less than so let's start over. Close is greater than V pound 95, which has already been set to the IB low. And close is less than, open is greater than, close is less than. So if I put a less than or equal to sign right here, then it will be looking, then this particular bar, wherever it went, that just touched at the close exactly on the IB low, would be the trigger. Or rather than close, you can change it to low is less than the IB low. That way it's the low of the candle. So these are the things you got to think about. And they're really specific. I mean, they're nuanced, and they can have a pretty big effect on your back test. So yeah, I'm just kind of spinning my tires here, generally pissed off. About, life in the fast lane. If you're in the chat and you hear me, throw something in the, if you're in the stream and you hear me, throw something in the chat just so I know this is working. I'm getting out there. I'm testing it from my side, and it just doesn't seem normal. But maybe it is. Maybe it's me. Huh. And welcome to the stream, by the way. Throw a like, throw a subscription. $10 million. You can take your pick. Yeah, this is pretty boring. I tipped over my timestamp chart plug-in for OBS by mistakenly just clicking OK on the update, not thinking that was going to break everything that I cared about, or one of the things I care about a lot. But I think I've got something worked out here. I want to be sure that everything else is working after this update. And we did have we had a pretty classic IB failure or two right here. We come down through and take the IB statistic right there. Don't get any lower. Test down, don't get any lower. And trade all the way across. So that was a pretty beautiful IB failure trade, which I didn't take, and which would have taken me to both targets. So, snooze, you lose, doofus. Now it's going to toy with this IB high some more. But I will not take a trade when Agent Orange and the Random Risk Band are on the stage, are performing. Simply because it's not for any political reason, but a lot of what comes out of that mouth or those mouths or those tweets has a big impact on the market. And I am fully aware of the importance of protecting my account and managing my risk. And with that happening, you cannot manage your risk. It's impossible. And this right here is obviously something that was just said. And here we are at the outside edge. Are we going to now come zooming back down again? I will also point out that we've got 33.2% probability of taking both IB statistics, and we've done that twice now. This is a press conference about drug prices. And, good for him. That's, if he does something about that, them, him, whatever. That's really great. It's a good step in the right direction anyway. So, if you can't put something in the live chat and you're in the sound of my voice, put something in the comment section of the stream. I don't know whether you can do that or not. And I don't know whether you can do that until it's published. Sorry. I don't know. You can tell I'm a real YouTube influencing professional. Let me get my Ferrari. Let me go wrap my Rolex. No, that's not what you do. Those guys really have it's so funny to me, the things that people consider to be really a status symbol, the watches, the cars, the wrapped car in a fancy garage. One of the funniest ones was a guy with a bookcase, bunch of like a library bookcase in his garage. What the hell? Normally people have those in the library or the house where you can read them. I don't know who set that stage up for him, but that was a pretty stupid looking thing. I think Patrick Boyle commented about that. I think it's pretty funny. Watches, Rolex, whatever. And it's all relative, isn't it? Of course it is. I personally have and wear a Rolex, a stainless steel Submariner, which I have had since 1979. It was purchased new in Little Switzerland, in the United States, St. Thomas, the U.S. Virgin Islands, and it cost $750. Big. How times have changed, huh? And the real funny part about Rolexes, in case you don't have one, is that they keep shit time. They are a mechanical movement. We used to joke about them we were sailors and stuff in those days and pilots. We joke about coordinated universal Rolex time because who the hell knew? It could be 5 minutes off in a week or whatever else it was, compared to like a $12 Timex that kept quartz movement, kept absolutely perfect time for till you lost it. But it's all that status, baby. And I always wonder how something achieves that kind of status. Typically, they're no better. Just like a Rolex keeps lousy time. Typically. Or they need to be adjusted and cleaned frequently and that kind of stuff in order to keep pretty accurate time. But certainly not even anything remotely as accurate over a long period of time as any kind of quartz movement. Funny, isn't it? Anyway, well, I don't know how to change the length of that thing, which is pretty darn weird. I could have sworn you just moved it like anything else. Huh. I don't get it. Anyway. I don't know. Now, did we have it? Yeah, let's check if we had an IB short. Huh? Well, this thing is starting to piss me off. Okay. No, we do not have an IB failure from the top because we don't have an A. We don't have our first signal on the upper side. We have a B and we have a trigger for the short, but we don't have the IB. We don't have the initial balance trigger anywhere here. This is not it because, once again, as I was just pointing out on the bottom side down here, it's not the low or the high, or the high. It's the open and the close. In this case, it should be the open is lower than the close, and the open is lower than the close, and the close is above the IB high, none of which came to pass. Yes. Then you had the trigger will pull back to here, and if you sold it, you're happy as a pig in the mud. These are the things that need to be worked out about a trading system and optimized somehow. And to be honest with you, how IRT does that programmatically, I can't wait this weekend to do it. This past weekend, besides breaking my OBS, I completely combined both IBC and IB failure trades in the trading rule, in the trading system. So this weekend I will see what happens when I try optimizing it. Never do this kind of thing during the live trading session if you're trying to trade. This is always something that you do away from the live session in your homework period, or you know, declare out loud to yourself in your mind that you're no longer actively trading. You're going to look at something else because for whatever reason, in my case, I'm not actively trading because I'm not even going to get near this thing. A, look how rotational it is, and B, Agent Orange and the random risk band have taken the stage once again, and that will continue to happen today. No political statement, just a fact. He can very definitely make market auction disrupting statements or tweets or whatever, and as well as this press gal and whoever else, but probably more Trump than anybody else because he's supposedly the top dog, right? So that's where the buck's supposed to end. Whether that's the case or not, I don't know. Oh, look, we got an A up here. So we got an A now. And why did we? Well, there's open is less than the close, open is less than the close, and it is below the IB high, and the close is above the IB high, and it is. And now we have pulled back to within the pullback zone, and we've come back up to the trigger. So this would be, by the rules, this would be an IB short, IB high short or failure. I'm apprehensive to put it on at this point for the various reasons I just mentioned. Got a high risk on the on the airwaves, and look at the obstacles in the way. Some settlement, by the way. So let's look at 1130. We're just under settlement in the IB high. Let's see what happens right here. If we had taken that setup and that target, would that be a trade to scale or not? This would have been 13 below 10. This would have scaled. Let's see what happens if we did this here. 13 to, we need to get down to 10 to scale. I'm afraid to put a line on here because more times than I would like to admit, I've accidentally clicked inside of this active data column. You notice how the mouse turns into a $sign? That means wake up, dummy. You're going to put a trade on in here. And that's exactly what's happened. That is because on the trade control panel, I've selected both, which means I can trade in the active data column and on the DOM columns. If I don't want any possibility of error here, I just go to the DOM. And I did that for a while, but I'm trying to be a big boy and get around that. The reason being, I think that it is much more accurate and faster. For example, I can be much more accurate with where I put a trade right here or here, whichever you want to look at. But with Trump there talking about something potentially great, which is the drug prices, I think we could get more of this right here. So I'm gonna stand down. And I was on mute. All that wonderful, special, super groovy, phenomenally intelligent insight. You missed it. I was talking about my signals and the correlating the signals on my backtest chart and where I have signal markers to price action on Bookmap. Once again, here are the signal markers. The low is below, the open's below the close, and the high is below the IB. High. This is the IB high. Right over there. The low or the open is below the IB high, and the close is above it. That's A. That's the first rule. The second rule is we pull back, whatever, into this pullback zone, which is right here. And this is designated as follows. This upper line, or the upper bound, is 3 points below the IB high, and the lower bound is 5 points below the IB high. We pull back within that. That's B. That's the second rule. Then we trade back towards the IB high to within 1 point below or above. In other words, within 1 point of the IB high. Here. Throws a trigger. That is a short. Didn't get stopped out here or here. And you're in the money, scaled and in the money. And that's my story, and I'm sticking to it. Well, how we doing? I'm doing pretty good now. Remember, we're 1 point high here and the full session in view. Man, and now we got another. Well, we got another incoming risk event here at 2 o'clock, apparently. That's pretty weird. I heard that Chrome is a pretty big memory hog. I was just comparing it with different, Financial Juice or Vesting.com and also the Epidemic for the music. Now, here's pretty interesting. It was 1,700 and change Chrome with just one of those open. But here's the interesting part. Chrome is closed now, and it's still taking up 1.3 gigs of memory. And it's not even open. How the hell can that be? Wow. That's kind of weird, huh? What does 14 means? Oh, look at there. The hell is all that? Chrome is closed. There are no Chrome windows open anywhere on this machine. Now, it is taking up 0 CPU, but why is it choking off? I hear it now. Maybe it's just doing some housekeeping. That's pretty weird, though, isn't it? Oh well. Que sera. No, you weren't looking at it anyway. I was watching Task Manager. So yeah, here we are. Rotational day, absolutely. Boy, is that ever about a mean reversion kind of day, huh? About as phenomenal a balanced distribution as you're going to want to get. Remember that this value area is essentially just one standard deviation either side of the mean, which is the POC. So there you go. Now, more news. Boy, oh boy. Volumes picking up a little bit. We started out the day at around, I don't know, 60 or 70, I guess, percent. And as usual, down comes the ATRs. Hey, Richard. Afternoon. I was wondering if I was talking to myself here or what was going on. I have been having a problem with a couple of elements that I used in OBS. You see all my testing, texting to myself and backwards and forwards. Glad to see somebody poke in there that so I know it's working. Hope everything's good on your end. The craziness continues over here. Interesting day today. And there's going to be Agent Orange is taking the stage again at the top of the hour here. So who knows? Been a lot of interesting stuff going on, I guess. Quite a rotational day here. Maybe not, no? Well, I don't know which day. Another one of those days, huh? Going to be in the power hour here in another minute and a half, or 2 minutes, I guess. Or whatever that works, means, or something. Well, welcome to the Power Hour. Boo, hiss, boo. And POTUS is taking the stage, so according to, the news, I have no clue. I don't certainly watch them or go to that social media thing or any of that stuff, so I just look at the news. Typically, Financial Juice is the only one that has anything about them on a kind of a squawk box basis. Uh-huh. Well, this is pretty fun. Maybe not. This is certainly not an episode that you want to get involved with, or that I don't want to. Let's see what the snooze has to say here. Well, I don't see anything about it yet, but I'm sure he'll be on there. I'm 1400. Maybe they're a little late getting started. It's only 1405, but yeah, okay. Okie dokie. $521 stops out up there, huh? So somebody put in a bunch of them somewhere. Why? Why would that be? From where? Look at this liquidity building up down here. We still have 253 up above here at the 30 handle, 29 handle anyway. Man, I don't see anything gigantous up or down the road. Oh, look at this. 838 resting at the 48 handle. Why, you know? Okay, where are we now? 21. Whoa, they're still going up. Okay, irrational exuberance reigns supreme. Somebody's going to give away money or what? You know, why do these things happen? I don't know. What was I doing now? Yes. This doesn't make any freaking sense here. Oh, yeah, I guess it does. Confusing for me to get this thing dialed in right. Well, now we're going to make a little... We're going to make a B out of it now. Long liquidation. I suppose this is a bit of a squeeze. I guess. Don't know. So we're going to round the final curve here in a few minutes. About 6 of them, as a matter of fact. Yeah, thanks a lot, Richard. I just heading for bed Sunday night and turned all my machines back on and did all that stuff and pushed up OBS, and it asked if I wanted to update, and I didn't even think about it. I clicked OK, and it about 2 things that I used every day really depended on are now broken. So it's been a real yeah. Real crazy. I'm just making sure everything's working. Else, the chapter markers is the one that is really frustrating me. If I was sure I could keep all my settings and, you know, audio set up for every one of my channels, filters and all that stuff, if I could keep all of those things properly backed up somewhere, I'd just roll back OBS. But I'm not sure it will do that or that I can do that. I haven't tried Googling it because I've been trying to focus on the market. My. So if you got along down there off the last VPOC, mean reversion swing, you're a pretty happy camper right now, I guess, eh? Definitely a squeeze. 848 of them just got squozing. 521, 848. Yeah, they're squeezing the hell out of them. 785. I don't know if you noticed this, but There's 832 on the ask up here at 49. So we're getting ready to come zooming around that final curve. I'll try to get the, hopefully I can get everything. Well, there's no problem with, the problem is just my record keeping side and keeping the time stamps and chapter markers for the YouTube that I put into the YouTube description, so that when the stream is reviewed, there they all are. And, you know, I'm sure nobody, including me, is going to listen to 7 hours of this to pick out spots that are interesting. That's why those are really important to me. So, I haven't quit yet, but we'll see what happens. We will see what we will see. Well, there we are, the final curve, boys and girls, campers, whatever, ladies and gents. 259 sitting on the bid at, or on the ask at 35 handle. So let's, hopefully this is working. Let's take a run around the block here and see what the hell we got going on, shall we? Just a final recap. So first and foremost, we don't need to look at the music very bad. From no, wait a second here. No, that's okay. I don't want financial juice either, but I do think that, well, I'm not sure why there's not some big deal going on here, but okay. These are my two news sources, Financial Juice and Investing.com. Now, they're both free, or I should say, they both have free versions, which is what I use. There's nothing going on over here that I need to know about worth paying for in a split second. Here was today's numbers and reports. But here is the important part. Tomorrow we have S&P Global Manufacturing PMI, an advanced and non-farm employment change revision, ISM Manufacturing PMI, ISM Manufacturing prices, and initial jobless claims on Thursday. And then we have the world famous non-farm payroll, assuming they put it out, depending on this government closing down or whatever. It's the most immature. It's like the Keystone Cops. If you don't know the Keystone Cops, if you don't know them, go Google it. So this is a big news week, culminating on the granddaddy of them all, which is a non-farm payroll at 7:30 Friday. And what I've been doing now on the stream, which starts every morning, every trading morning at 8 o'clock with the pre-market and stuff, I start the non-farm payroll day at 7:15. The stream. I'm up at, posting stuff at 6 and whatever else, but I start the stream at 7:15 to capture the non-farm and the results of that on the stream. So, and then here's the unemployment rate at 7:30, which is also, same, all of this at the same time. So this Friday's going to be one hell of a day. I like this investing.com because I like the presentation, and it's great for snapping and posting in a Discord or wherever else, as opposed to Financial Juice for me. Earnings, we've got Nike, Conagra brand, or Conagra, whatever the hell they do. I don't know these guys, but we got Nike and Paycheck and something going on today. This little half moon means it's after the bell, and this little stun means before the bell, for the market. So that's that. Financial Juice is another free source that I use, and I use them for two separate reasons. There's a similar docket over here with the, but if you notice, these Trump things are not necessarily pulled in there. So sometimes it's a little more current, I believe. And they have this squawk box affair going on over here. This is where we will see the market on close orders. And yesterday, I don't know whether you paid any attention. Well, we'll look at them later when we see them. So those are the news events. Those are my news sources. Just, be on your A game for the balance of this week. What have we got in the volumes? Well, we're up to 110% now. We were down around in the low 70s, high 60s at the open. This is average for this time of day. Here's our ATR. And I've gone over the back testing quite a bit today, so I'm not going to get into that right here, right now. What did we do over this week today? Well, here is, let's do this. Okay. Here's the gap. There's yesterday. These are RTH session only now, remember. No ETH. There's the gap. There's yesterday. We closed that gap. And here's today. So we've just taken out this yesterday's high for whatever reason. And I can make these numbers a little bigger. There we go. This is the, so the micro composite is my higher time frame view. RTH session only. These are daily candlesticks. Wherever price overlaps, I pull a volume profile or continue it to encompass them. The way I have it set up, the most current one, or the one we're working now, generates high and low volume nodes, which push automatically to bookmap. And we get to micro composite VPOC and, all-time high and that kind of thing. The session prices are also pushed to bookmap. And I also track the same thing for the micros. Now, that brings us to the world-famous bookmap, eh? They're still squeezing them a little bit. Here is the dome, of course. Micro composite column. This is where I enter everything manually. My workflow is the following. When a level has been revisited, I change the text to black. I know it's stale and I can remove it. These are the high and low volume nodes which push automatically from my RT to bookmap. The full session volume profile. Started plotting last night at 1700 and will continue through today at 1600. Then restart again this evening at 1700. RTH volume profile, which resets at 8:15 at the open. Remember, this is my time zone here, Central Standard Time, so all the times on my charts and my computer clock and everything is Central Standard. This is my notes column, which is pretty important to me. It has the first thing I do is change the title of this column every morning before the open to the open type that we've determined here in the stream will be the case for the day. That open type dictates which columns of statistics I will apply to their related session prices. And this is all done before they open in the morning. Then I track these migrating VPOCs, which are just, wherever this line goes through the day, I throw a flag on there. That's a holdover from the old days because I used to keep this wound to about 5 minutes. So you would not see pretty soon after the day progressed, the POC line, this yellow brick road would scroll off the left. You couldn't see where it had been. So that's why I started that. The session prices here are pushed from bookmap or from IRT to bookmap. And if anybody can use them, let me know. Drop some, thumbs up, subscribe, and drop something in the chat, and I'll hook you up with these. I push these free, live, every week from 1700 on Sunday, consistently or nonstop through in real time through 1600 on Friday. And it comes as a CSV file. You can either push it in here as a cloud note, or it's the same data that drives this line indicator, or could be used on other programs. So it's a CSV file with all of the levels, the instrument, and then the color and the text and that kind of thing. The heat map. No indicators on bookmap or IRT. I have a mid for the RTH. I have a VWAP for the RTH and one for the Globex or the full session. I guess you could call them an indicator because it's calculated. It's the volume weighted average price. And then there's a POC for both, a more muted yellow POC for the full session and a brighter one for the RTH session. There is an IB high and an IB low, and the rest of the levels are just, self-explanatory by their name. And absolutely nothing is complicated or mysterious. It's all just data or percent or probabilities driven, period. The POCs simply mark the price at which the most contracts have traded so far in the session. That's it. It gives you the ability to seem like Gandalf, because you can go, oh, well, the POC is going to shift up here to 12 in a few minutes. And then because you've looked over here and you see what the POC volume is, in this case, it's 18,193. And let's pretend that we have one down here at 98, which is 190, and all it needs is to be one contract higher than that 93 to 94, and this yellow line is going to shift there. That's it. The POCs, also not complicated. The naming is goofy because it's an old market profile term for initial balance, but all the POC or the IB high or low represent are markers of the high and the low of the first 1 hour of the RTH trading session. That's all there's to it. And these, gradation lines here represent resting liquidity in the dome or in the book. This blue line over here is just a visual reference for me, which I put on at the start of every session so that I can glance left and make sure I've got the entire session in view, so I don't lose touch with context. That is it. Now, and again, it'll be kicking off again at 8 o'clock in the morning with the pre-market and what happened through the night and what I expect is going to happen with our opening trades, etc. There you go. And we've got about 6 minutes now, or 7 minutes, till the market on close imbalance orders, which we'll grab off of Financial Juice. Cool. And I terminate the stream here at 1500, typically, or thereabouts. Never before, but sometimes a little after watching the price action. And I hope I can get this chapter marker and the timeline markers straight and into into the stream in some form or fashion accurately, as I was so lulled to sleep with the stream up chapter marker thing that now I've got to fall back and figure out another plan. On your way out the door or now, slap a thumbs up and a subscribe. That'd be great. I'm not monetized in any way. This is my virtual trading journal, and I'm basically in it for the subs and likes, just to kind of be able to chat with Richard and Antonio and Alex sometimes, and whoever else drops by. Greg or whoever. It's really funny how sometimes people drop in and just chat the hell out of things. And oh boy, I can't wait. I've subscribed. I've done this. I put a notification. I can't wait till I'll see you first thing Monday, whatever else it is. And you never hear from them, never see them again. I don't know what the point is. But whatever. Hopefully they're fine, and it's maybe a game or something. One thing to notice here on my stream is that I stream and capture the entire monitor instead of just the application, and I do that for a very definite reason. The reason the stream is so long, in terms of, from 8 in the morning till 1500 in the afternoon, I have a very firm commitment not to take any trade off the stream and to ensure complete transparency and accountability. So, in keeping with that, I share the entire monitor. It's then obvious any and every program that's open, the hours, minutes, and seconds of the clock, the date, and that all ties up with Bookmap and IRT. So there's nothing. I just am trying to be as open and transparent as possible. And at the end of the day, remember, this is my journal. Who am I trying to bullshit? Me? How stupid would that be? Okay. Nothing here, nothing to see here, boys and girls. 2 minutes till that MOC's imbalance. Be interesting to see if they're as big as they were yesterday. I think yesterday was the biggest imbalance I've ever seen. It was 4,500,000,000. And I said that. That's not a mistake. 4,500,000,000 S&P contracts to buy at the close. And if you think I'm lying to you, there you are. Whoop. You think I'm lying, there you are. There's the date and the time. 4,504,000,000 buy side S&P. Similar on the NASDAQ, similar on the Dow, similar all over 1 billion contracts to buy Mag 7 for all of them. Now, if you think that, somebody in the market is watching your trades and hunting your stops, think about that for a minute. 4 billion. That's a lot. Institutions, pension funds, hedge funds, squaring up and getting ready for the end of the month. Remember that end of the month is tomorrow. Oh, shit. That's right. End of the month is tomorrow. This is the end of the month. 30 days out of September. Yep, this is the last day of the month. So this is there could be some squaring up, window dressing, whatever else. I think window dressing is more applicable to the, look at that. Trump said something. Somebody said something, or they're still trying to squeeze him for whatever reason. They're going to monkey around and get up here to this. They're going to get up here to these 815s at 48.75. They're not careful. They're not very goddamn far away from it. They only got to get 10 handles more. And they're going to plow into this 851 contracts. Been living up here for a long time. Oh, look at here. 1,096 down at 35. Wow. That's pretty amazing, isn't it? Wow, trade it out. Wow. Wow, a wow, a wow. Well, that's static. What I'm looking at here are these big orders that are laying in here. And there was a thousand, whatever I said, 1,036 laying there at 35, which then they traded out 65 of them. So when you think you're a big shot and these goddamn market makers are hunting my stops, do the math. Don't even worry about the market imbalance, on close imbalance. There's 765 contracts. 765. Figure what that's worth at $12.50 per tick. And see if anybody has any clue or cares what you're trading. Or we are trading. I don't believe so. I did a thing with Jim Dalton one time, and he, is just trying to keep himself relevant. But there was a point in time when he helped set up the CBOT and worked for ran a big trading desk and things like that, different times in his life. According to him, and I believed him. No reason not to, I guess. Bigger institutional traders and people, they have no idea where all these levels and lines we're always talking about all the time even exist. That's the farthest thing for their minds. Look at that squeeze going, baby. Wow. They're going to get up here to 887 now. They're going to get it up to that 48. Sure as the damn world. Look at that. And that was our market. And I'm busy babbling about the well, it's pretty substantial. There's 2,846,000,000 buy side, 1,485,000,000 buy side, 511 million buy side on the Dow, and 883 million buy side on the Mag 7. So, wow, one hell of a squeeze. They're going to get up to the 48, sure as the damn world. Huh. Well, this is the last day of the month. Don't forget. And we're going to wrap this bad boy up and, douse the fires and gather the hounds here in about 6 minutes. Break camp. Look at that squeeze. Wow. I hope somebody got on it. 43 handles in, well, that's 1309, 2 hours. Pretty toppy, huh? I don't think I'd be trying to call the top. I don't think that may not have the best outcome for you. Right up to the expected move. Look at there. These I put these in every evening right after the RTH Open on the first, based on the first candle, the first bar, whatever you want to call it. On the open of the first bar, the opening price right there of the first bar. And it's based on implied volatility. It's a derivative of the Shoals, like Shoals model, and it is a options deal, right? Big options thing. I heard about it. I heard some options guys talking about it. Sosnoff and some people over there. And thought it would be interesting to see. I have no clue if it's right, if it works, if it's meaningful, whatever. As I understand it, it is basically, this is the next day. Now this is daily. And there's also a weekly one right there, weekly expected move. So what happened to that? Something just happened here I don't think I like. That expected move was right there. I don't know what happened to it, but something did. Maybe I deleted it by accident. But anyway, as I understand it, it's basically one standard deviation either side of that opening value. That's how I do it. I don't know what the hell is right or wrong. So here was the problem. Why the hell did that happen like that? Am I crazy, or was that not up there somewhere? Like that. Yeah, that's the problem. I grabbed it and did a roll thing and did the wrong thing. Let's see what that move was supposed to be. I think it's 67 something. Okay, it's supposed to be 67.40. I also put it over here every day so I have a backup. Come on, man. Boom, boom. You're gonna be that way. Be that way, I don't care. And I'll be changing this in, a few minutes anyway. So we got a minute and a half till the closing bell on the cash market. I will be back tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock. So drop in, smack a thumbs up, subscribe would be cool. Also participate in the chat. Old Richard and I, and the bats and the crickets get lonesome over here. Antonio's missing in action, and as is Alex, and so we'll see. I realize the stream it's boring in that I spend a lot of time watching and narrating because I'm fixated and focused on approaching this the way I think it should be as a business. So, it's certainly not, bells and whistles and bright noise. And take care, Richard. Have a good one. A lot of action. It's not that, and it will never be. At the most, I would hope to be 1 or 2 trades a day. That would be about right, I believe. But I'm never going to be clicking that thing like I'm killing snakes, that's for sure. There we go, baby cakes. There is the big old buzzer bell. Hope I got the right thing there. I'm not sure if I did. I keep forgetting those are over there on the mixer. Well, they just put September to bed. What is all this about now? What's this guy up to? That doesn't look so good for Florida, does it? Okay, boys and girls, that's as much as I can do for you today. Nothing interesting anyplace there. Have a great rest of your day. Remember something. The most important tool you have for trading is sitting on your side of the monitor. You need to be firing on all 8 cylinders when you come into the trading environment. Well rested, well hydrated, not on emotional tilt, sharp, exercise, healthy. And the reason I say that now is this is a perfect opportunity to shut everything down, put your pants on, we know you're down in your basement with your underwear on here, and get up and get outside, get some sunlight, do something healthy for yourself, rest your eyes, and be sure when you walk back into your office that you're on a well-rested, hydrated, sharp, even keel. That's a really, really important thing to remember. Much more so than what monitors you have and what charting BS you're using and whatever else. So have a great evening, and I am going to, hopefully this will work, these little chaptery things that I kind of had going. If not, well, oops. Tomorrow, 8 o'clock, be there, be square, bells on. Smack the thumbs up and the subscribe on the way out the door. Appreciate it. All the best.